My goodness. And there it is. Wow, get the pin to go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV for continued coverage of the 2021 U.S. Women's Open. We are through 2 rounds of competition from double-decker lanes in Rohnert Park, California. And after today's 2 rounds, 8 games apiece, we will be down to the top 24 players making it to match play, moving on in the event, looking ahead to take home potentially $100,000 for the top prize. My name is Aaron Smith with Bowl TV and USBC Communications, and we are ready to tackle this 46-foot condition next with the best players in the world as we head out to the lanes as they get ready for the start of competition. And A Squad's going to have their 8-game block. We're going to bring in the rest of the Bowl TV team as we get settled in here. Lauren Pate is going to kick things off for us right now. But, folks, on site at Double Decker Lanes, we'll start by introducing EWJ himself, Emil Williams Jr. Emil, hello.
Good morning. How are you?
I am doing excellent. It's cut day. We've hopefully all recovered from the flat 40-foot condition from yesterday's round. A low-scoring endeavor indeed. Only 9 players plus for the block. Only 12 players overall plus after 16 games. So it's been a low-scoring tournament so far, but we suspect the scoring pace is going to go up a little bit today, and that cut number is probably going to jump up a little bit as well.
It's going to be, Aaron, I think I walked out of here yesterday thinking that I was going to, today is going to be, right, we're going to gain a lot of pins, and I still think that's going to be the case. I don't know if they're going to be as easy to come by, I think, as I thought yesterday. And I'm still, I think, on the point of when I watch this in practice, I know there's going to be pins out there to get. And it could have been just a byproduct of me, and us watching what we watched yesterday and how difficult for every single player it is today. So while I do think the pins are going to fall a little bit easier, I don't know if we're going to see extreme numbers in the plus, let's just say plus 250. Somebody could definitely get there. There's always 1 or 2 people who, just like we saw yesterday, even on the tough stuff, there's a couple of players who ended up performing very well. So I think I might have had to temper my expectations just a touch today. But hopefully I'm wrong. I'd love to see some players do some great stuff here on this pattern.
Well, one of the players who did have a strong finish to their round yesterday, Liz Johnson, who was actually the high bowler on A Squad yesterday at plus 78 for her 8-game total, sits in 3rd place overall. But she had to go 100 over her last 2 games to get to that plus 78. And if there's one person here who knows about U.S. Women's Opens, it's 6-time champion Liz Johnson. So the fight on the 40-foot pattern out of the way, the 46-foot pattern, the challenge upcoming. Let's keep it at double-decker lanes. We're going to bring in Curtis Von Kruger next. Curtis.
Good morning, folks. Liz Johnson is one of those players that didn't panic throughout the entire block. She has seen this before. She knows what's going on, and she waited for the condition to come to her. She waited for the pattern to play for her. And obviously, she shot 100 over for the last 2 games, but it was tough sledding from every point from there. And unlike a lot of other players, Liz Johnson had the mental fortitude to just keep grinding it out, and wait for things to happen. And that's really what that pattern is all about. The pattern was really about, can you stay focused? Can you pick up your single pin spares? And can you move on from there? And if you're able to accomplish that and get out of that block 30 under, 20 under, even, you've had a great day, even though it doesn't feel like you had a great day. And so I was talking to Julia Bond earlier. She was very disappointed with her performance, and she shot 40 under. And I said, hey, Julia, You averaged 195. That is not a bad score by any way, shape, or form when you comparatively look at the rest of the squad. You picked up pins to the number, and now you can come out here, you can bowl a few good games, and you're right there in the cut if you can make a move today. So players that are sitting out, you'll see them be a lot more aggressive than they were yesterday, trying to make up those, maybe some of the pins that they gave up. Look for Sherry Tan to have a really strong day today. I saw her angle to the pocket. She started out in practice a little left, and she has migrated herself inside a little bit more. Really liked how she was carrying. So I look for Sherry Tan to have a very strong day. But I think that the opportunities to score are very much out there, and we're going to see a cut, in my opinion, around 10 to 20 over, I feel like is a reasonable number going into this, ending this day.
All right, folks, with our introductions set here, we're going to go full screen, but myself, Emil, and Curtis are going to be hanging out throughout the course of today, not only through this round, but when B Squad makes their way to double-decker lanes here a little bit later today, 8 p.m. Eastern time, the start time for round number 2. Talked about the format here. 56 games is the first goal you want to get to. If you bowled 56 games, that means you advance to match play. You bowled all the games potentially leading up to the stepladder finals, and then you hope you're in the top 5 when it's all said and done for the CBS Sports Network broadcast on Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, for a chance to win the $100,000 top prize. But for the format here, if you've been following along, you already know what's going on. But for folks who may just be joining us for the first time, we've already had 2 8-game rounds in the books for all competitors over the course of 2 squads per day. Day 1 featured a 36-foot condition. Day 2, the grueling 40-foot flat condition. And today, 8 games, 46 feet, the pattern length. After all the games today, all competitors in the field will have 24 games in the books. And we're going to go from 71 competitors down to the top 24 who will advance. So those 24 players will have the opportunity to make their way all 56 games, hopefully make it to CBS Sports Network, and potentially be in position to take home $100,000. Starting tomorrow, we're going to have one more 8-game round on a 4th oil pattern, 42 feet in length. And then from there, we'll head into round-robin match play. We'll do 3 8-game rounds between Sunday and Monday to determine that top 5. Total pinfall for 56 games, along with bonus pins in match play, 30 for a victory, 15 for a tie. Will determine who's going to be in the top 5, making their way to the bright lights of TV on Tuesday.
Yeah, Aaron, I feel like a lot of players are looking past that first cut round of round where you're bowling 8 games. And, a lot of people are like, oh, we'll make the top 24. It's match play. You don't look past that round as an opportunity to solidify yourself as a contender. It can be a big ask to go from 24 to 5 if you're one of those lower rounds. And maybe this is an opportunity for you, having really nothing to lose, to try to make a big move in that particular round, because you're making the match play. But you get those free 8 games to kind of reorder yourself and shuffle the deck to your advantage. So don't look past that 8 games there. It's going to come in handy for a lot of people that are looking to make a big move.
That's a good point. I would certainly hope not, that wouldn't be the mindset. Yeah, but it could be easy to briefly allow your mind to go there simply because you're already in the top 24. In a normal situation, or I guess previous situations, that would be the official, cashless round, if you will. And but you got to use those 8 games. I mean, it's not just like, all right, here's an extra round I got to bowl, and then match play starts. No, it's those pins that are going to count towards, obviously, hopefully getting you to the promised land, and you got to be able to take advantage of that block. So in this week, there's no pin left behind, if you will. Like you can't leave anything left behind.
Oh man, I completely agree, Emil. And the issue that always comes up here is mental fatigue. You get those 24 games in, and all of a sudden, that's where most people's tournaments end. You know, if you've won the tournament, you've bowled 24 games, really, pretty much in a typical, 24 to whatever 27 games in a typical format that we've seen here. 24 games here, you're not even halfway. And so the mental fatigue coupled with the physical fatigue, maybe you have those lapses in focus. And as we saw yesterday, as soon as you lose focus on this pattern, on any of these patterns, it's going to bite you. So what I love about the U.S. Open is it puts every single aspect of your game to the ultimate test, from physical to spare games to changing your angles to mental fortitude. It's why it's the crown jewel of tournaments out here on the PWBA Tour.
Speaking of mental fatigue, I, along with the rest of the players last night or yesterday in general, I believe I walked out of here also mentally fatigued.
Oh man,
as well. It was boy, it was something. I was mentally fatigued also.
I will admit that I absolutely hit that pillow like a pile of bricks, and there was nothing. The rapture would have not woken me up, Emil. And it was. I mean, imagine how draining it is for those players. Just.
Hey man, I found my calling. That's why I'm back here.
You're right in your A game, right here, right in your A game.
Well,
hey,
go ahead.
Well, one player who is sleeping a little bit easier heading into round 3 is Brianna Cote. She's our tournament leader, plus 170 after 2 consistent blocks. She led the way on the 40-foot condition at plus 84, was plus 86 on the 36-foot condition. So she's built up a bit of a lead, nearly 50 pins on the field. Daria Payuk, the only other player to hit triple digits on the plus side, plus 123 in second. Liz Johnson third, plus 93. Stephanie Johnson, plus 88. Shayna Ung, plus 75. Erin McCarthy and Sherry Tan tied for 6th place at plus 46. Taylor Baltais, plus 41. Lindsay Boomershine, plus 39. Missy Parkin, plus 34. Stephanie Zavala, plus 28. And Dasha Kovalova in 12th place, plus 3. Only 12 players plus total. And that cut line heading into it today. Maria Jose Rodriguez, minus 53, but plenty of players right there on the cusp of having a good day and making a run at this number.
Well, speaking of Maria, she's off to a very good start. 4-bagger, 8 spare, and we'll be dealing with a 10-pin here shortly. So quick note about Maria. She is into your thing early on here for part of the motor staff throwing a tank. I believe Erin McCarthy also on that staff throwing that same ball, and they may be the only 2 players throwing your thing to start. Just as a note for those watching as you observe across the house.
That's right, folks. On BowlTV.com, you are able to watch every pair and play here at the U.S. Women's Open. So all 24 competition pairs are featured. Big hello to everybody joining us on Bowl TV. I see many familiar names in the chat. So hello, everybody. Hope your Saturday is going great so far. Big shout out to all the folks joining us on Facebook and YouTube as well. We appreciate you swinging on by here for the USWO. But as a heads up, on those platforms, we will only be live for game number 1, and then you have to head over or pick up a subscription to BowlTV.com. You can pick up an event ticket to watch the rest of the day and the rest of the tournament through match play. So you'll get coverage Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, $8.95 for that event ticket. You can pick up a monthly recurring subscription, $9.95, which also gets you access to the full site, archived events, on-demand coverage, as well as the live event coverage. And then the annual recurring subscription, $79.95. Best way to support the PWBA Tour, get full access to the site. Transaction fees do apply for all 3 of those, but you got to pick up that subscription to BowlTV.com to watch the action unfold as we get closer and closer to the top 24 and eventually the top 5 for CBS Sports Network.
Aaron Smith, you are a machine, sir.
What kind of machine?
just an announcing machine, man.
That's my follow-up question.
Fellas, who I was really impressed with. Ashton Woods.
Yep.
Yesterday had a really great block. Just turned 16 years old, bowling in the biggest tournament of her life already, and she shot 75 under. Right. That's a great round on that stuff. Being 16 years old and focusing there and shooting 75 under for the day, that's not bad at all. Obviously, she's the daughter of Curtis Wood, who, longtime PBA player and a complete laugh riot, if you will. And so she started off having a decent start here, needs to pick up her single pins, but it's really great to see these young players come out and compete. And I think, players like Jillian Martin have really inspired this generation to, take their swings and get out here early. Emil, these young players are bowling on a lot more difficult patterns than what you and I bowled on as young, promising players in the bowling industry.
100%. When I started collegiately, sport patterns really were becoming a go-to, if you will. So, and really, college, all we bowled on sport patterns, except for I think maybe 1 year at what was the national team match games at the time, which later on started putting out sport patterns, and that became less and less easy. But overall, and obviously patterns have become more diverse, and there's different lows and drop brushes and reverses and all kinds of things now. And but I mean, to watch Ashton and Sapphire and Jillian and Annalise, just at this event, and we've seen young players bowl tour events in the past as well. I mean, couldn't be more impressed. Ashton was great to talk to in general. Curtis obviously is always a pleasure to speak with, and they're doing a very good job as a family, getting her prepared to bowl.
Yeah, absolutely. Curtis said, talked with him and his wife, and they made a comment about how much effort that she's putting in. She's putting in the work, and it doesn't matter how old you are. If you put in the work, you're gonna get the results. And I think if you can learn how to be a professional, and what I mean by that is if you can practice with purpose, if you can diversify your skill set, if you can learn and understand your equipment, you have the potential to do whatever you need. We saw Jillian Martin, 17 years old, win a PWBA event. And so, that all to all you kids out there, practice with purpose, pick up your spares, and maybe one day you'll be out on one of the pro tours.
I think it's safe to say that we'll work in a company tagline here. These young players out here competing, as youth bowlers in these big events are certainly not afraid of the challenge here. They're bowling fearlessly.
Ooh, but well played, sir.
But thinking about those opportunities as well. Thinking about when we were 15 and 16 and 17 years old, and the thought of getting to bowl next to or on the same pair as, let's see, I have to take myself back to 2005 now. But, competing against the likes of, Norm Duke or Chris Barnes or Walter Ray or, thinking Patrick Allen, Mika, thinking of those aspects, how many kids would just be starstruck in that situation and, almost being afraid to do something wrong in that situation and be like, hey, I just don't want to mess this up. And then you're not learning throughout the experience. You're just trying to stay out of everybody's way. But you don't see that out of these players.
A player that admitted to me that she was still starstruck, even though she's won 2 titles this year. She bowled the Lucy, and Stephanie Zavala is a Chris Barnes fan. She says that he is her favorite bowler. and she didn't have the guts to go up and talk to him at the Lucy. She got a little bit of a redo where she was on the Beef and Barnsey show. They interviewed her, but people. I think that's something that gets overlooked. Aaron Smith is you grow up and you watch some of these players like your Liz Johnsons and your Kelly Kulicks, and all of a sudden you're smack dab right next to them. Yeah, that's gotta, the GOAT watching you throw some shots. That's gotta affect things.
It's okay to be starstruck.
I still am every day.
I think it's obviously at some point you in her case specifically, she didn't mention someone. I thought you were going to say someone specifically on the women's tour, because when you get to that element, there you do have to get past that at some point, because you got to get down to business, because that person could be stopping you from eating.
Yeah,
and I'm just being honest about it.
No, absolutely.
But at the same time, it just goes to show the level of appreciation for players like that, and that still exists. I talk to people all the time. Obviously, not a lot of players still, but there are players that still have and always will have that utmost level of fandom, if you will, but know where to draw the line for Liz and Kelly as examples, because of the hard work and the dedication and the examples that those two have set, and really obviously carried the torch for a couple years or several years, along with a few others, when there was no PWBA tour.
Yeah, they kept a bright spot in women's bowling during some pretty dark times, and now their flames can shine as bright as ever, and both are having great seasons. And Emil, I still get starstruck when Liz walks by me and says, "Good morning, Curtis." I'm like, yeah. She knows my name. Like,
well, I know for me personally, my one of my best moments is getting a chance to bowl league with her. If only for a few weeks. We were not teammates, but we were in the same league, and that's when I knew. And then we got cool, and then I started working out here, and it was like, oh, I get to see Liz like weekly, and then we're still trying to figure out the time to get that lunch. I know a lot of people lunch. At least lunch opportunities.
Me included.
Yeah, Aaron included.
It's one of the few times you can say that you were bowling, you were in the same league as
yes,
as Liz
you're
Johnson.
Right. You're right. Well, this game has quickly kind of come to an end here. Thinking of LJ, not in the 10th frame yet, but he will be. There's some pairs who are done. Unfortunately, Shannon Stellan's couple of late opens you can only get to, or I'm sorry, she finished at 211. Taylor Boltice, a nice strong 235 to start. Marissa Carey can get in the 230s. Gigi having already a very nice game one. It's been a struggle for Gigi this week. She's going to be in the 240s. Someone shot Kelly shot 258. Speaking of Kelly Kulick.
Nice. She's got some serious work to do. You don't put it past her though. That's one of those players that can go 200 over, and all of a sudden, somebody who was buried for dead finds herself in the cut. So Julia Bond looks like she's having one of those quintessential quote unquote pro games. Lots of 9 spares. A couple of strikes there strewn about, but
speaking to Kelly, minus 236 for her entering today. So
yeah,
that 200 over is going to be necessary for her to continue on.
Good. Another example of what Curtis just talked about. Josie Barnes, who had a great block yesterday too. 4 consecutive 9 spares to start. Strike 9 spare, strike 9 spare. First double, struck in the 9th and got her first one in the 10th frame.
DZ, Diana Zavyalova, 227 to lead the way on 31 and 32 in game number 1. Tanya looking to get into the 220s here with one more. Runner-up at the 2019 event. Another player a little bit farther back in need of a big day, minus 225 entering competition today. Liz is going to shoot a clean 2-0.
Last night when we talked to Aaron, Liz, she mentioned she was firing BBs down there, and I talked about it before we had her on. She was in the midst of the 250 game. Literally, she was just firing it like around 15, but only in the way that Liz could do it. That's what separates her from other players, right? When you got to get it, by any means necessary, if you will. The best have the tricks or whatever it is that they need to go to get it done, and it's fun. It was fun watching her do that, right? I feel like we've seen her do probably almost everything you could do, and still she'll bring something out that'll be like, man, I don't know if I've ever seen Liz do that, but it's just so great, right? That's why she's arguably the GOAT.
202 in the opener. She's going to get to plus 95. Courtney Ermish really had a great day yesterday as well. She had a rough opening round, but was one of the 9 players to finish the day plus.
Aaron, it's rarely do I give the old compliment or pat myself on the back, but I said yesterday, Courtney is able to have the day that she's having because she doesn't do and won't try to do too much with her angles and with the bowling ball. And I talked to her, Kirsten and I had talked to her this morning about it, and she said it just exactly that. She was just trying to literally get 9. Early on, she was trying to kind of aim at the dots so she can kind of get the ball started. She was using a lot of higher end equipment, so essentially it could just kind of stand up, and in some cases just roll out when it got to the 1-3. Her spare ball, which she said, from a spare game perspective, much better yesterday than it was on day 1. She talked about that. So, important for the players, and we always talk about this, but the players themselves being honest with themselves about their performance. And Courtney was just that. And so that's a really good sign for what I believe is a good young player out here on tour.
A rookie this season, threw some clutch shots to help Robert Morris, Illinois, win the 2019 ITC. Arguably, some of the clutchest shots in collegiate bowling history when you think about it. Game 5, 10th frame, needing a double to take your team to the promised land, and able to do so with under the highest amounts of pressure. So Courtney Ermish certainly going to be a good player out here on tour over the course of the next couple seasons. Folks, game 1 has concluded. So if you're watching us on bowltv.com, hang tight. We're going to take a quick reset and get back into the action. If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, this is the time where we're going to stop sending the feed to those platforms. So you have to head over to bowltv.com and pick up a subscription today to watch. So we certainly hope to see you over there. Say hello in the chat. And, of course, giveaways as well. We have giveaways here on Bowl TV, so you can win on top of watching the best in the world compete. So, folks, we'll be right back for Game 2 here from the U.S. Women's Open double-decker lanes in Rohnert Park, California. All right, folks. Game 2 getting ready to get underway here. Looks like we're just moving one pair to the right, so get another look at Liz, Tanya, and Courtney. Ashton Woods, Sydney Brummett, and Liz Culkin going to be making their way to 29 and 30. Across the house, if you're looking for someone particular, we do have the lane pairings and more available on PWBA.com, as well as bowl.com/US Women's Open. Or if you got the chat open right now, if you see the tabs above the chat, the middle one will take you to a page with all this information and much more. But going across the house for Game 2 on 13 through 16, Angie Ramirez-Perea, Bernice Lim, Debbie Ayers, Valerie Bercier, and Julia Bond. 17 through 20, Haley Richard, Danielle McEwen, Jada Horn, Fania Kobo, Taylor Bailey, and Kelly Kulik. 21 through 24, Josie Barnes, Gigi Mason, Birgit Reichs, Marissa Carey, Sherry Tan, and Taylor Baltice. 25 through 28, Shannon Sellens, Jillian Martin, Dasha Kovalova, Catherine Rosthorn, Alexis Nair, and Maria Jose Rodriguez. And then on 33 through 36, Diana Zavyalova, Giselle Paz, Lauren Pate, Wendy Bater Jimenez, Aaron McCarthy, and Nicole Hiroka.
So, Aaron, I've followed Wendy for a while on social media. And, someone who had been wanting to come over and be able to bowl on tour for a while. And she's got to have that chance to do so. And, of course, I had to ask her, I think it was 2 days ago, how to pronounce her name. And I wanted her to do it in the most authentic French way that obviously it should be done. And I've been listening to it like 3 times a day for the last couple of days, and I don't think I still quite have it yet. In the way it should be pronounced, of course. And so I'm like, all right, at some point I got to just throw it on out there and see how it flows off.
Let's go.
Yeah.
So it's so I believe it's Wendy Bater Jimenez.
All right.
It's close.
Bater
There's
Jimenez.
Like Bater. Jimenez, and she pronounced the J, not Jimenez, for example, like
like a Latin
American. Yeah. So I've been anxiously looking forward to that one. I knew, looking at the roster, and there was someone else too. I can't remember who, but I'm just very happy that we've gotten a chance to have some international players compete, and obviously due to varying travel restrictions and or bans in respective countries, no guarantees to be able to make it out.
Yeah, her first name's easy.
Yeah, she did say that is the same as it is in America.
It's shimmed up for the first name. Get a little flat when it comes out to their last name. 1-to-1 right there.
Hello again to all watching on Bowl TV. Just I saw some hellos. I got a quick challenge for Tabitha. And I'm going to say it publicly.
Oh, man.
Mm.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with on-lane performances. But I know that Tabitha, at least I believe she helps organize groups or squads to bowl some events. And it would be cool if we could get a Bowl TV tournament squad to go bowl something.
That would be cool.
I would go bowl.
I'm there.
You have my word on it.
Would you drill up? Would you bring that Enzo?
No, that's not getting drilled. I'm still going to buy it, but I'm not drilling it up. Unless Nathan Bohr suggests that I do, because it's his staff. And if he says that's a ball you should have in the bag, then I'll get two and put the other one in my son's dresser.
I don't think he's doing his job if he tells you not to have one in his bag. So,
That's fair.
so just get two.
Or he could be doing his job and he's just being an honest ballroom. He's saying that for you, Emil, no ball is going to help you. But if you want to get a ball,
But you have to have something.
that Enzo would be the one.
When keeping it real goes wrong. Oh, they're starting to go fund me there, Emil. Get you some bowling shoes.
No, it's okay, Chris. No need. I'm working on that. You know, and to be honest, I actually do have a couple of pairs. What I've learned here is that people actually, I guess, pay attention to me or listen. And I got a couple of pairs. They just don't. I don't know if they're the right size. That's all. So I'm basically trying to. I know that sounds weird, but I'm in between, so I'm that kind of guy. So
You
it might be a
want to?
little too big. I need to make sure I got the other one just in case, and then I'll send the other one back. That's where I'm at right now. I'm getting close.
Well, the good news for you, Emil, is based off of your location, I know there are plenty centers ready and able to take your lineage to get some practice games to make sure the shoes are fitting and ready to go.
Yeah,
You can head over to Olympia Lanes. You know, Plaza's right there. Lanoak Lanes in Lansing.
It's all happening.
It's all right there.
It's on my agenda.
Get some above ground ball return action at Lanoak.
I still haven't gone in that place, so I do need to check that out.
You're going to walk in there, and that's going to be the most Aaron Smith Bowling Center you've ever been to. I'm saying that right now. When you do that,
4 5s all over the place.
it just has a certain aesthetic that will say Aaron Smith would hang out here.
Drink a couple of adult cocktails. Throw some lines.
LK on the 3 in a row. Sorry about that, Aaron.
Oh, no problem. No problem. We do have a score update, folks, after game one here.
There it is. Go right ahead.
Liz Johnson leading A squad, now at plus 95. Taylor Baltice up to plus 76 after 235. Sherry Tan, plus 55. Erin McCarthy, plus 19. Diana Zavyelova up to plus 15 now. Liz Kulkin at plus 9. Dasha Kovalova, minus 3. Shannon Sellens, minus 14. Maria Jose Rodriguez, 223. She's now at minus 30. Sydney Brummett, minus 30. Valerie Bercier, minus 45. Danielle McEwen, minus 45. Current cut line, minus 52. Marissa Carey, minus 74. Josie Barnes, minus 78. Those are the only players less than minus 100 on A squad.
You see a couple of one of the players that made that big move, like we said, Kelly Kulick. All of a sudden, 178 feels a lot better than 220. Minus 178 feels a lot better than minus 220 something. And she cut that. She cut her deficit there by a quarter, and makes you realize you're only a couple of games away if you can get some strikes.
Now, 258 looks to be the high game in the house as well. Gigi was in the 240s. Marissa Carey, 237. Taylor Baltice with the 235. Big numbers in game one.
interesting, Aaron, is as much as we certainly thought, and obviously happening, that we'll see some higher scores. There's still some trouble areas on this pattern. If you get too quick and leak on the right, the opportunity for a gutter or 3 off the right, for example, is still in play. It looks to be very much speed sensitive too. The good news, obviously, is because there's kind of that defined area of maybe friction, and then that the oil, as far as developing some hold, you can kind of throw it up the shim, if you will. And people have heard that term, ride the oil line to the head pin in some situations. I didn't see a lot of players really try, and during the practice session, to get too far left early, and I'm sure that was probably intentional. I would be really surprised if we had to see someone get to 5th arrow. I'm not sure. We maybe 4th arrow at the latest. Oh, I'm sorry, at the I should say the latest in the block. You can see some players getting to that area simply because of their personal style and comfort, and how they like to see the ball, read the lanes. But if you can throw it pretty straight here early on, the success generally has been solid. Last night Shannon Sellens actually had to move back right. She moved right instead of left at the end of the block, which certainly improved some scores. I think she also did it because of the wrist pain that I mentioned yesterday that she was going through. It is limiting her normal release, and so she has kind of had to alter some of the things that she normally does with a bowling ball. But she's gutting it out, and obviously, she's going to be in that mix for the top 24 after today's open.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Some pattern details here: 46 feet in length, 41-foot drop brush. The lowest volume we're going to see all week by far, 21.72 mils, using Kegel Fire as the only conditioner in the tanks. 2.84 to 1 ratio, symmetrical pattern. According to Nick's notes, same shape as the 2019 version for the Sonoma County Open, which was held right here at Double Decker Lanes, but with less oil, obviously with a very light volume this time, but longer in length. So 46 feet compared to 42 feet in 2019. Nick thought it might be a medium scoring pace, with a few folks really getting lined up, putting together some big numbers.
I think that's fair. And Aaron, if you see Tabitha's comment, I know we've had a few people already mention that throughout the week. I don't know what our solution is for it at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment we've sent that note in. That's kind of a new bug that has popped up. So if you, I'm looking at it on my laptop right now. There is the blue scroll bar to the very far right. It's pretty tiny. It's tucked up there, right on the side of the screen. But if you use that, you'll be able to go navigate the rest of it. Otherwise, it does seem to be kind of resetting to the most current spot. But we do have a note in for that, so hopefully get that resolved sooner rather than later.
And also Tabitha, although someone had an issue with it, but I've been able to scroll freely on my phone. Yes, I've been watching what I need to watch on the computer, and then if I need to type, I'll just type from my phone and scroll up that way. It might work. Aaron, I think I messed you up into a possible point you were attempting to make. My apologies there.
No, lucky for you, I was done at that point, so I had nothing more to add to that particular sector of information.
Okay. Yes, no 300 yet. Yeah, we could see a couple, I think, potentially today. Not saying we will. Looks like JT mentioned this the other day. Might have been a little little too positive about that whole over 3.5, 300 situation. Over the double across the way.
Our guesses at numbers have not been sharp so far.
No,
So,
not at all.
So, but we still got time here. We still got time.
Lance, good mention on regarding Jada, and I saw a split, unfortunately, in the 10. I think she's going to be in the 250s there. Had a good combo this morning with Jada as well, Aaron. She's. I think at this point, most viewers know and have seen her multiple times now out on tour. And one of the, a very large learning experience, and not just this week. This week is a completely different animal. But I told her this morning, she was talking to me, and you have to walk away every day with something that you learned, or it would be a complete waste of time. Time, money, etc., everything that you put into it. So if you don't learn something that you can apply, whether it's one item that gets you better on 1-to-1 flat, or helps you navigate through the week better, whatever it is, you got to take that away. But she told me she's already in works to do some things to her physical game as well. So she's got the right mindset and the right attitude. It's rare to see young players kind of immediately kind of understand, and they're not okay with their performance, but you do have to understand where you are. And she also mentioned putting too much pressure on herself as well, what she was doing. I think she had mentioned Nathan Bohr. Like, hey, it's your first U.S. Women's Open. Like that in and of itself, it's like you just got to go out there and bowl. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. And she said she was doing that. So today she's just gonna try to relax, throw the ball, allow it to, do it to the best of her abilities. And so far, obviously having a bit of some success.
Excellent stuff there, Emil. Hopefully we'll get to see Jada a little bit more ahead in the upcoming seasons. Made a round of 32 this year as well. I think that was in Smyrna or Louisville. I think it was one of those two stops.
Saw a couple of folks mention Lauren Pate. I think Lauren was, I thought she was on the end pair. She's on 33 and 34. Oh, man, she opened too. She opened in the 9th also. Josie Barnes. Well, this may be the day for Josie, man. I was right about her yesterday, which I knew I would be, and that was just based on personal experience and watching her bowl a lot. But she has got 8 spare, 9 spare strike, 9 spare 5 back.
We got reports coming in for Kelly after 258 in the opener, 245 in game 2. So that's a quick 100 back.
Nathan Bohr came up to me last night and he asked me how many players shot a game of 250 or better, or how many games of 250 or better were there yesterday.
Was it? I can remember 2 off the top of my head.
It was
Crystal Elliott had the 260 in her final game, and then Deandra had the 257, and then those were the 2 I remember.
Shannon O'Keefe shot 255.
Oh yeah.
And there was one more. I think we had either landed on 3 or 4. There were 2 in the morning, and I feel like I'm still missing one.
Liz, yep, 256.
So there were 4 total. And he said that potentially, we could see games like that across the board today. Maybe 1 or 2 people could legitimately get, 250 over today. I mean, cut day should be fun in a sense. Now, my perspective is from this chair, not as the athlete. But it's you get a chance to give your best effort basically to make a run at the cut on a pattern that should yield some additional pins, and that's what we're going to have today. So it's like, all right, folks, everybody take your best shot.
Tanya's off to a real nice start today. Another player looking to make a big run here. 228 and 237 out of the gates for her.
Super talented. Honestly, Aaron, you mentioned I had to think back to that 2019 season. And for me, it was just obviously for everyone, the 2020, just you had to skip right over it. But she was exceptional in 2019. Speaking of Tanya, you mentioned the runner-up here. Third Queens, right? Was it third? I can't remember.
Third or fourth at the Queens.
And so, man, she was as close as you can get.
Did what she needed to do in that 10th frame. Pins just didn't cooperate.
A frame away from, what did she leave? A 7 pin?
High flush 7. It was a 4th place finish for Tanya. But yeah, had a 300, a big 800 in that run at the Queens as well.
It's a good look at Ashton Woods here.
It's pretty good. Oh, a little high.
Curtis told me she had unfortunately torn her ACL about a year and a half ago. She's all healed up, but just wears the brace for more of a preventative at the moment. Aaron, we should put in a I'll make the suggestions and I'll let you or JT know. But if there was a way we could pin comments in the chat, that would be helpful.
It's a fair point.
I think because we're going to get some of the same questions regarding the chat today. And it would be nice to just post it. And although in this case, you couldn't scroll up to see it. So, but you get what I'm saying.
I do hear you. Excellent suggestion. This Culkin going to wrap things up here for game 2. Not going to get the 10 out, so she's going to be in the 2-0s here. She'll remain on the right side of plus. We do have Kelly Kulik coming to this pair next. 29 and 30. So after the strong start, Kelly 103 over for her first 2 games, I do believe. So we'll see her, Fania Kobo, Taylor Bailey, along with Josie Barnes, Birgit Norex, and Gigi Mason coming up here in our featured pairs. 29.
I'm sorry, Aaron.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
The mood is so much happier today in the building.
It should be.
There's like 100,000 more smiles from everyone.
Well, see, that's good. Now we can say Nick Hoagland made everybody smile.
That's rare. I feel bad for Nick, too. He's such a nice guy.
He is. He's fantastic. Big fan of Nick, except for a few occasions at the Hoosier Classic when he took some creative liberty with the musical playlist. But
well, that was funny. I know you didn't like it. Hello, Susan, Steve, and everyone in between. Thank you for joining us here on Bowl TV.
Get you that quick rundown across the house for Game 3. At 13 through 16, Catherine Rawsthorne, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Alexis Nair, Liz Culkin, Ashton Woods, and Sydney Brummett. On 17 through 20, Courtney Ermish, Tanya Ramanpour, Liz Johnson, Diana Zabielova, Giselle Pass, and Lauren Pate. 21 through 24, Wendy Bater Jimenez, Aaron McCarthy, and Nicole Haroka, along with Angie Ramirez-Perea, Debbie Ayers, and Bernice Lim. 25 through 28, Valerie Bercier, Julia Bond, Haley Richard, Jada Horn, and defending champion Danielle McEwen. We're taking a look at 29 through 32 right now. 33 through 36, Marissa Carey, Taylor Baltice, Sherry Tan, Shannon Sellens, Dasha Kovalova, and Jillian Martin.
Hey, Kenny. I saw my guy Steve in New Mexico. Kenny was watching last week, watching that event as well. Appreciate you. You know, bowling fan, I think for those who aren't bowling yet, I think their mood is solid too, because they know that they'll have the same opportunity as far as recouping pins as this squad is because of the lane condition. And depending on how it goes here, you know, as we've talked about every day, the squad that bowls late generally has some additional knowledge potentially to go forth because of, you know, they got a chance to watch and, you know, listen to either some of their fellow staff players, friends, ball reps, etc. So when they get here tonight, they're going to be ready to go. And for many, you know, they don't have a choice. It's all right. We gotta get out here and get it, because our tournament life is on the line tonight. I don't think we did. I don't know if he's in the chat. And I bet he's here, though. Right? And there he is. There he is. Jay is here. Everyone drop your happy birthdays, and I'm going to take a photo of the chat. Good. That's right. Good notes there, JT. We'll make sure we get Matt McNeil in here, if I remember. Let's just say game 4 or after 4. No, but maybe after the break.
All right, folks, just got a score update available online. Liz Johnson continues to lead the way on A squad. She's at plus 120. Taylor Baltais plus 77. Aaron McCarthy plus 56. Sherry Tan plus 53. Diana Zavyalova plus 31. Dasha Kovalova plus 21. Maria Jose Rodriguez off to a nice start here. She's 69 over at the moment, 223 and 246, all the way up to plus 16. She was the cut to start today. Liz Culkin plus 13. Danielle McEwen minus 8. Shannon Sellens minus 22. Sydney Brummett minus 39. Josie Barnes minus 41. Josie 53 over after 2. And Valerie Bercier minus 42, the current cut number. Marissa Carey, another nice start. She's 68 over for her 2 games, minus 43. Birgit at minus 68. Wendy's at minus 69. Alexis minus 102. And then Kelly is all the way up to minus 133. Fania Kobo, 268 last game to get to minus 127. Tanya Ramanpour with that strong start now at minus 160, as is Julia Bond. It's fun to see so many numbers that begin with 4 in game 2.
Yeah, it's helpful. I mean, it's got to be, and legit, it's got to be really good for the psyche. I mean, you know you've got a little bit more room to work with. Not a lot, but that's really all you need for the best players, right? To get it going.
GG with 460 after 2. She's still pretty far back there, but finishing strong so far. Looks like Kelly's 503 is going to be high on the set, and a couple of 460s in there. So yeah, there's our score update after 18 total games for A squad.
Susan, I will do what I can. I have to be objective, but no, you can't help but root for D, especially after the start she had, and then to rebound quickly yesterday. Had some trouble late on the block, but she'll have some opportunity, of course, to make that happen today. Be pretty cool for her specifically that her entire family is here. Madden turned 11 yesterday. Will be a nice family opportunity, and certainly a little birthday gift for Madden as well. Here's Kelly. Kelly is about to Kelly today, I think. James, that's a solid question. I would just give you what I know without knowing any real specifics on player contracts. But yes, many players often do sign or have staff contracts. Years certainly can differ. That would be up in the air for me, but let's just say it's, I'm sure some have yearly, some probably have a couple years. It might depend on, stature, maybe just like any other, sport, for example, or endorsement type deal. There are also some players who are free agents as well. And, may have a particular brand represented on a jersey, but sometimes they just haven't had a chance either to get new jerseys or they're in between, so maybe they're not going to get new jerseys until they've figured out where to sign and, that kind of thing. So, but I would say a high percentage of players on tour are under contracts with some form of ball company and or apparel company. In some cases, maybe even shoes. Fair game on for Josie Barnes today. Yet trying to make a nice little run here. Let me talk to, let's see, Birgit was, or is, at minus 68 after 2 games. I should say minus 68 overall with 2 games into play. 148, 248 today for Birgit. See what she's already on pace for here in game number 3. James, in the case of Jillian Martin, again, I don't know any specifics. I do know that Storm, because they have been ahead of the game in many aspects, has a Storm Junior program where they essentially have like a developmental type of staff, if you will. I don't know specifically if Jillian's on it, but she probably is. I'm just guessing here, but I'm almost guaranteeing that there's no level of monetary value when you're talking about youth players. That's something you would certainly would allow them or their parents to decide when that time comes. Kelly's Jersey game typically is on point. That's one of the things I always kind of keep track of. But this season's been a little different. I haven't been out for the entirety. But Kelly really got going, like, I don't know, maybe it was 2018, 2019. And she started with some classic board game jerseys or themed jerseys. Valerie Bercier is off to a very nice start as well. Hey, Jill Winters checking in here I keep forgetting it's Saturday. And for many watching, it's well into Saturday afternoon. Thanks, Jill. One of our, I would say, top riders here in our industry at this point in time. A bowler herself, and certainly loves women's bowling. We appreciate that. Boy, Sherry Tan. Uh-oh. Sherry's got a spare six-bagger over on 33 and 34. That's very good news for Shannon Kulhowski later this evening. Although there is a small difference, which Shannon reminded me of yesterday, that she's the only lefty on her squad. So she's always got to keep that in mind. Jill. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I get along with people. Jill knows what's up. It's as simple as that. Game recognized, game, baby. Y'all should follow Jill on Twitter. And me, too, by the way, for that matter. Mentioned Bercier. Again, Bercier, Tan. Other strings I'm seeing. That might be it on strings, but good games still on the horizon. Sherry Tan is doing it. But you'll have an opportunity at 290. Kelly now after that strike, looking at 222. Good afternoon, Ray. That's a good question there, Rick. I don't know if it could change how the companies may work. Well, I guess it could overall because they could potentially sign, especially or specifically NCAA athletes or maybe NAIA athletes, but they could specifically sign individual contracts. And I'm just spitballing here based on the name, image, likeness ruling on that. But I guess the athletes could potentially sign individual deals with a brand. Maybe even outside. Let's say they had a team agreement. Like Larry mentioned, some ball companies do sponsor collegiate programs. That same program or brand could sign a couple players as individuals as well. Interesting to see how that shakes out and who, which players maybe might test the waters on that. I'll be honest with you. If I was in that position, I definitely would. If I was a top player, I would at least explore the idea to see what potentially could be available or to me as an athlete. In a weird situation, which you'd hope it would be normal at some point, but this potentially could lead, again, just me spitballing. So don't go say once the collegiate bowling season starts that Emil said. This is me spitballing and thinking outside the box a little bit, but obviously the sport is always trying to attract sponsors, and this could be potentially a new way to do that. With collegiate athletes being able to potentially attract different brand sponsors, etc. And all of a sudden that athlete is connected to this particular brand or whatever that is, and then all of a sudden maybe that's a sponsor that wouldn't have normally been involved in the sport. So you never know. Yeah, a good example would certainly be Jillian Martin, 100%. She already has, quote unquote, credentials, if you will. That certainly would be attracted to some young brand or marketing or whatever. Sherry Tan can get to 290, ladies and gentlemen. That would be the high. Actually, yes. What did Sydney Brumman start with? Did she shoot 289? Now I can't remember. She did shoot 289. So the high game of the tournament right now is 289. Sydney Brumman. Sherry Tan could strike and get to 290. Well, game 3 already fun. The first couple of games have been fun. Kelly, first shot, 10th frame. And that is 10 back for K squared. And 288. Thank you all. From Sherry Tan. So Sydney Brumman still with a high game of the tournament, but Sherry Tan moving right on back up the leaderboard where she had the day 1 lead. Day 2 belonged to Brianna Cote. Who will lead will be the question. Certainly 2 questions. Who will lead? And obviously who will be 24th, which is the cut number for today. There's only 2 cut numbers here this week, which is a little different. Cut to the top 24, and then to the top 5, which will be on Monday evening. Kelly wanted that one. Sherry Tan shot 288. Sherry Tan. Some good bowling here, and obviously some good discussion about. We got some jersey discussion, some NIL discussion. Rick, I was noticing that too, and watching Dasha playing pretty straight overall. And if you ask Dasha to keep her angles in front of her, she would love you and continue to do that. Love that to death. And she can hit a target like nobody's business as well. So I think Aaron had mentioned yesterday her low game of the tournament was either 175 or 178. Some good stuff here on jerseys.
Confirmation, 175.
175. Thank you, Aaron. Nicole Haroka on a nice run. He's on 21 and 22. He didn't bowl too bad the first day either. Valerie Bercier opened in the 9th. So her max now at 256. She too was approaching a potential 290. over on 25 and 26.
Hey there. All right, girl.
Still under the belief that Valerie Berstier, top 5 physical game on tour.
We talked a little bit about that during last week's event, saying, Emil, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the cyber vision from back in the day with Johnny Petraglia and Marshall Holman. And it's like this cool hypnotic mid-'80s video where it's just like different angles of them going up to the line with very like cool, soothing music, and just seeing that smoothness and that repeatability over and over and over again. It just made something. It made something click in your head next time you went out and bowled. It just made everything feel a little smoother, a little easier. And yes, I voted Valerie would be someone who would be a good individual in the reboot of that whenever that happens.
Oh, yeah. He's so fluid.
Great job, girl. Great game.
So fluid. Again, the repeatability. Man. One of the big praises, Aaron, has always been ratings on video games for players. And I think even more so now, like NBA 2K, Madden, right? Players getting upset, feeling like they should be ranked higher or have a higher rating. But thinking about when we create players in video games back in the day, what attributes, you give yourself, and you try to be realistic. Like Valerie's fluidity, if that would be one, would be 99. Repeat, pretty close.
Talk about timing. Looks like she's going to be joining us next game. You're on 31 and 32, along with Julia Bond. Emil, we're in the process of posting this video we're going to show here in a moment on Facebook and Twitter. It's already available on our Instagram channels. But one of the things that folks like to give us a hard time about is causing the cloud to happen. We try to videotape folks and they don't strike. And we promise that this is mostly due to the lane conditions yesterday and not us trying to get video, but a little lighter humor at yesterday's 40-foot flat condition. Hope you folks enjoy.
Oh, let's see it. Oh, that's nice and good there.
We can laugh about it now.
Yeah.
Now that's in the past.
That's good. It's good stuff.
Good, fun, lighthearted.
That's important. I know some people have always varying opinions on that kind of thing. But that right there was the reality of yesterday. If you try to put a strike video together, we could. Curtis probably tried to do that, but no. He tried to put together a strike video, but option B was much better.
And technically, he had plenty of B-roll.
At least 19 of them.
Very important in the video making community. Got to have that B-roll.
At least 19 opportunities to get a strike, and that was a no. Verity,
Shalin.
And when the players laugh, you know you're okay. If they give you a little weird look, then it might be questionable. But when the players laugh, you know you're in good shape. I don't know, Verity. I don't know if the Miss Bear video would that would have been rough. Might have brought some tears as opposed to laughs on that one. Maybe using an instructional video. But on the other side of that, it's important to, again, be real. Bring all aspects of the tournament. Into game 4, ladies and gentlemen, on what has been so far, as we mentioned and knew, a higher scoring, not high scoring, a higher scoring lane condition. We just saw Sherry Tan shoot 288. Kelly Kulik went 250, 240.
258, 245, and then 211 that game.
Thank you. Valerie Bercier just shot 256. Thank you, sir. John Lucido, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. To that question or note in the chat about Julia, yeah, she's got some work to do. There are several players in her same in the same boat, trying to paddle their way toward either A, as Aaron would say, the right side of plus, or at the very least B. Obviously, getting to near the top 24. Try to give yourself a chance to advance.
Here are your favorite slow jams in the U.S. Women's Open. Here on channel XYZ, the right side of plus.
Aaron, was that your 88.3 overnight smooth jazz radio voice you just did?
That's what the right side of plus sounds like. Sounds like a great name
That's fair.
for that particular situation. But yes, that was the goal of that. And the awkward silence made me know that failed miserably. So the only way you learn is by trying.
That's true. You're ready for parenting. Someone or see some combos about a lot of 10 pins left in the chat, like flat tins. The one thing I immediately noticed during the practice session, not today, but on Wednesday, this particular pattern was if a ball, because the pattern still is 46 feet. So if the ball went just a hair too long, it might be late in entering the pocket. And so I did see several 10 pins, some pocket 7-10s left. This was during the practice session. So it could be the length of the pattern, although very scoreable. You know, if you just are a hair too firm, as an example, it may be a touch late off the spot at the end of the pattern, and you may see, you know, a little weak 10, pocket 7-10s, 7. That's one theory.
All right, we have a score update available online for you good folks. And after that 288 performance, Sherry Tan now at plus 141, leading the way on a squad, surpassing Liz Johnson, who's at plus 107. Taylor Baltais plus 94. Dasha Kovalova up to plus 55. Diana Zavyelova plus 36. Erin McCarthy plus 31. Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 30. Valerie Bercier plus 14. Liz Culkin plus 4. Danielle McEwen minus 13. Shannon Sellens minus 26. Birgit Norreichs minus 33. Josie Barnes, the current cut number at the moment, minus 37. Sydney Brummett minus 56. Marissa Carey minus 62. Wendy Better Jimenez minus 71. Alexis Nair minus 88. And then Kelly Kulik, 714 out of the gates, now at minus 122. Julia Bond minus 153. Tanya Ramanpour minus 157. Does look like Kelly's 714, the highest 3-game set so far. Sherry Tan on the strength of that 288, now at 695 for 3. Maria Jose Rodriguez, 683 out of the gates.
Chad, did it referring to the pocket 7-10s you just saw? Did the balls look just a hair late when they got to the 1-3 or 1-2? Yeah, it's interesting on this, but all it takes is, I can't even probably give you the right amount of inches, so to speak, that you need for it to be just that much late for it to make that big of a difference. But we all know bowling is it's kind of like a game of inches too, especially once you're talking about down lane and hitting the spot down lane and the difference between your ball reading the proper spot at the right time as opposed to getting some disaster hits. Someone not getting disaster hits early today is the GOAT, Liz Johnson. She's got a perfect scorecard. Over on 23 and 24. Also good thoughts there in 130 regarding the new installation. Not much action on split conversions or from the kickbacks. I think we said the pins are new. I'm not sure if the weight of those pins were mentioned or not, but
hopefully regulation.
Is this regulation?
But yes, the pins are, according to Nick, they're put in about 30 days ago. So pins fairly new. Of course, the surface brand new.
Valerie again, just flossing in her 99 in rating and fluidity.
Not gonna lie, that would make for a fun topic of discussion at some point down the road. PWBA Madden ratings or 2K ratings. Looks like Liz's string of strikes unfortunately ended in frame 7. He's looking at a 310. Sherry Tan striking again over on 15 and 16. Can shoot 279 still this game.
I think Jillian Martin too on a nice run here, as well as Nicole Hiroka.
Looks like Jillian's got 7 in a row after us open in the first. Nicole has matched Jillian with that 7-bagger after the first frame open. Business picking up. Debbie Ayers putting together a nice game here. Opportunity for a big finish for Julia Bonds. 9th and 10th frame left to go.
Just talked to Matt McNeil. He is going to try to join us beginning of Game 5. Going to make sure he has his notepad. For all of you good viewers out there.
I heard it has a few extra words on it today.
Well, potentially. We'll find out. Such is bowling. Good request. You got a request there, Aaron.
I'm going to need more information on that request there, Herbert. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. If you're looking for overall for the tournament, at the moment it's minus 37, but squad specific, I'm not exactly sure. I think it's probably, with the scoring pace we've seen here today, a little too strange to kind of compare squad to squad here without B squad on the lanes yet. Sherry Tan's going to be in the 240s. At least one more strike gets her into the 250s. Taylor Baltai's 237, continuing her strong performance. Josie Barnes, we mentioned she was the cut number heading into this game. At minus 37, and she's 2 strikes away from making her way to the right side of plus. Can shoot 238. Sherry Tan did connect for that double, so she's going to be in the 250s. 258, her max score. Jillian Martin had a split in the 9th frame, so she's going to be in the 230s this game. .230s out there for Sydney Brummett. Liz Johnson can get into the 250s. 10th frame left to go. Nicole Hiroka.
Wow.
Just kept it going. She's a strike away from 279.
You talked about her recent success at the women's championships. And what was the title she won?
Well, unfortunately, it was not a title.
Oh.
It was a second place finish in doubles, but her and Carson Lukosius, a great player. Wish we could see Carson out here a little bit more, but I know she's staying busy with other things out there. But Nicole and Carson actually teamed up to set the tournament's doubles game record. So their final game of their doubles set, on their way to a second place finish, they combined for a 576 total. Carson had 299, Nicole had 277. On their way to setting that record at the National Bowling Stadium. Second place finish. Always nice to come back with a little piece of history. And that's a pretty tough score to beat as well. That one might be up there for a couple of years.
I would say so. Liz Johnson, 254.
It's 244 from Debbie Ayers, going to lead the way here on 29 through 32. Julia Bond, 213. Heading into game 5 across the house. On 13 through 16, Haley Richard, Jada Horn, and Danielle McEwen. 15 and 16, Fania Kobo, Kelly Kulik, and Taylor Bailey. 17 through 20, Josie Barnes, Birgit Norikes, and Gigi Mason. Along with Marissa Carey, Sherry Tan, and Taylor Boltice. 21 through 24, Shannon Sellens, Dasha Kovalova, Jillian Martin, Catherine Rosthorn, Alexis Nair, and Maria Jose Rodriguez. 25 through 28, Liz Culkin, Ashton Woods, Sydney Brummett, Courtney Ermish, Liz Johnson, and Tanya Ramanpour. 29 through 32, Diana Zavyelova, Lauren Pate, Giselle Pass, Wendy Batera Jimenez, Erin McCarthy, and Nicole Hiroka. Then on 33 through 36, Angie Ramirez Perea, Debbie Ayers, Bernice Lim, Valerie Bercier, Brittany Hillman, and Julia Bont. Since we're still waiting to get things going over here, let's go take a look at our tournament leader, Sherry Tan, over on 17 through 20.
Yeah, I was just about to say everyone is into game 5, but that's not true.
So here on 17 through 20, we have Gigi Mason, Birgit Norex, Josie Barnes, Sherry Tan, Taylor Baltice, and Marissa Carey.
Hey, hi there. Are you with the
We do have an update on scores after 4 games here in round number 3 at the U.S. Women's Open. After 20 games total for A squad, Sherry Tan, 288, 257 her last 2, now at plus 198 as the overall lead. Liz Johnson plus 161, Taylor Baltice plus 134. Diana Zavjalova plus 61, Dasha Kovalova plus 58. Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 22, Aaron McCarthy plus 18, Liz Culkin plus 15, Valerie Bercier plus 9, Josie Barnes plus 1, Birgit Norreichs minus 8, Shannon Sellens minus 13, Danielle McEwen minus 17. The cut is currently minus 21, Jen Higgins from B squad. Gigi makes it 5 for 5. Wendy Bater Jimenez at minus 23. Sydney Brummett minus 32. Marissa Carey minus 63. Alexis Nair minus 96. Kelly Kulik minus 109. Well, folks, Sherry Tan, I think she's sufficiently shook off round 2. She went 120 under during her 8-game block on the flat 40-foot condition yesterday after leading the way at 166 over on our 36-foot condition. And we talked about the potential of a player 2 maybe approaching that plus 200 mark. That's in range for her last 3 games if she tosses a few more strikes up there. 288, 257. 952 for her block so far. So she surpassed Kelly for the top spot on the block so far. Kelly's at 927 for her 4 games. I think those are the only players. Josie Barnes nearly 100 plus for the block. She's 95 over. Taylor Boltice 93 over. But Kelly and Sherry. Only players north of plus 100 so far today.
Where's Alexis Nair?
I think she's just under minus 100. Minus 96.
Yeah, this is her kind of pattern. That she can play out. We know she can play the gutter. She can put together a little run and give herself a good chance. I think there's a small level of some transition rolling through Aaron. I think it's stopping some players' momentum. Not all, but some.
And you'd expect that with the lighter volume on this pattern as well. They would hit a couple of snags throughout this 8-game block. Pierre Get putting up a number here. Players who's on kind of one of those fringe scores, if you will, entering this game. Certainly could change that. -8 at the moment, but could be plus 60 with 3 more strikes. I'm curious for the folks in the chat what they're thinking. Cut line currently is -21, so it's been moving up. Maybe not quite as quickly as we would have thought, but it's jumped 30 pins essentially through 4 games. What's a number you would have to get to feel comfortable about making this top 24? You feeling good if you're at plus 50? Just got to be higher, got to be lower.
I saw someone mention. I think someone had asked that question, or not the question, but put that comment out there in a sense. Are you feeling good if you're even? I think even is decent. I think even would be great, actually. That's me.
I'd be okay with even, but I wouldn't be
up in arms about it. You'd be still.
I wouldn't be ordering the prime rib just yet.
Okay.
I'd still be taking it easy with going the chicken route, maybe a burger, something like that. Still not going for the prime rib or the fillet just yet. However, someone who does enjoy a good tasty meal like that, the filet mignon of all reps. Matt McNeil, everybody.
Yes. What time is it here? Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you doing?
We're doing well, Matt. Thanks for joining us here. We were just talking about the cut number a little bit. Obviously, we're still a little early in the stay, but scores on the way up. and we were discussing what number would you feel comfortable at this plus 20 or to make this top 24 right now. If you wanted to throw a number out there where someone got to that number, they were walking off the lanes, you'd say, all right, let's get ready for tomorrow.
Keep your shoes on. The old keep your shoes on number. Man, I tell you what, if I could be, I think I could be 50 over. I would keep my shoes on. I won't take anything out of the building, and I would keep my shoes on. I'd feel very, very, very good about that number. Now, of course, maybe that's exorbitantly high, but I just don't like to be wrong. So that's why I'm saying 50.
All right, there we go. All right, Matt, we, after the grind of the 40-foot condition yesterday, scoring pace, we expected it to be higher. It has not disappointed in that aspect. And we've seen some decent numbers out there. Sherry Tan back in business after a rough day. We're watching her right now putting together another nice performance. Talk about, kind of the mental makeup these players needed to kind of bring into today after that beatdown for 8 games yesterday.
Yeah, that was a pretty long day for the players. That's very mentally taxing and very frustrating. It's it's very cliche. Get some rest, clear your head, come back ready to play this morning. And I think a lot of the players have done that very, very well. That's obviously why they're out here. And they're able to just come in with kind of changes in latitudes, changes in attitudes, as Jimmy Buffett would say, and just start anew. And I think that's really, really important. And you're seeing people who are, Kelly Kulick, perfect example. She's putting a clinic on this afternoon, and she was on the third, fourth page or whatever page it was. It was one of the last of them. So, it's just there's no give up in people like that, and that's it's very admirable, and that's why they're champions. They're just proving that they're never out of anything.
Matt, can you dig into the pattern a little bit and try to break it down for the viewers here? Why is this pattern as horrible? You don't have to directly relate it to yesterday because that's its own beast, of course.
Yeah.
But what attributes about this condition allow a few more strikes to be thrown?
Well, there's more of a buildup of oil in the middle part of the lane, and there's more shape. When you give players shape, not only left to right in the pattern, but front to back in the pattern, that allows their ball to transition more smoothly. And when you give them a little left to right with a smoother transition front to back, you just get better ball motion, and you get higher scores. So that's just creating a little more area for the players. And after bowling on what they bowled on last night, I always said it's like you bowling the Peterson to bowling league. You feel like you're bowling in a phone booth for 8 games with a blindfold on. And now you just stepped into it feels like a league condition because you bowled in such undesirable conditions yesterday. So, what were your notes? Well, what are your notes for today? We know what you said yesterday. Yeah,
what you got for us today?
Well, and once again, guys, I like to, I want to make sure I talk. I don't over talk. I don't get too technical, but I did take some more technical, high-level notes for everybody here on Bowl TV, and these are the notes today. So I'm gonna show these to you guys, and that's the notes for the day. Not as hard are the notes for the day. So they're still challenging out there, but then. There's definitely a lot more score to be had, and if players are making good shots, they're getting to the pocket and getting 9 versus having to make a great shot just to possibly get 9. So I think that's the big difference maker there.
Now, Matt, one of the players you're talking about, Kelly having a great run to start this block. Josie Barnes has kind of been chipping away at that number after a bit of a slow start. She was one of the few players who was plus yesterday, and she's been off to a strong start today as well. But I know the season's been a little tough for Josie to kind of get going. She made the switch to start 2021. But just talk a little bit about, kind of what she's been doing well to put herself in position to make this top 24.
Yeah, I think what she did well yesterday and what she's doing well right now is keeping her angles very close, trusting to keep the ball in front of her, getting through the shots, and having very good second ball focus. Her spare shooting's gotten a lot better. She's made a few splits. She's grinding a lot better on the pairs that are a little trickier, but then she's also taking advantage of the pairs that have a little more score to offer. So that's just the simple it's very cliche, but it's the simple ingredients that these elite level players have to be very successful out here.
Looking ahead to tonight's squad, I know I'm sure there were feverish notes, obviously that you gained from the morning squad or that you pass on to tonight's squad. At the moment, is there really much that you can give to this evening squad that they wouldn't already kind of have at the helm, so to speak, based on what you're seeing at this morning squad?
Well, definitely. They're going to rerun them. It's going to be a little warmer in the building. The lane beds are already warm from all the traffic going down the lane, and the pattern's going to transition quicker. So I think things are going to happen at a quicker pace. You're going to, the fronts are going to hook a little quicker. The pattern's going to stretch a little quicker. So you just got to make your moves a little quicker. And that's really going to be the focus, that we just make sure the players are prepared to make moves and adjustments on a quicker pace than the players did this morning.
All right, Matt, we're just about ready to let you go. I got one more question for you as my local and national pin aficionado. Emil Williams Jr. earlier today asked what weight these pins were, and my only answer was regulation. So do you have any insight? Have you had the chance to weigh the pins this week?
I have not, but looking at them, I believe these are either pinnacles. They're black. I think they might be black bottom pinnacles, or they are. I want to say. I think, yeah, it's a red triangle on there. So I think they're am flights or pinnacles with the black bottoms. So these are really good pins. I like bowling on these pins. The kickbacks here are in actually really, really good shape at double decker. So I feel the carries is pretty good. And if you look across the house, all the kickbacks are the same color and they look relatively newer and in good shape. They don't have holes, or some have been replaced here and there, and that's kind of just one of the small things that as a rep we pay attention to. You see a lower scoring pair. Well, you look at the pair. Well, that kickback's, it looks like it's 30 years old and it's got, a couple holes in it. So, that's just some of the stuff we look at. But, I really like the pins, and Jim Decker and his crew have just done a phenomenal job with this bowling center. Like I said, it checks all three, the big three, I call it, that bowlers really pay attention to and love. The settee is clean, the machines run good, and the bathrooms are clean. For a bowler, if you get those three things, it's a good place to bowl.
I would double down on option 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they say bowlers are picky, but maybe I'm oversimplifying it. But I like, you give me a clean settee, you give me machines that run good and clean restrooms, and I'm happier than a pig rolling in slop. I tell you what.
With that, Matt, we're going to let you go, but thank you as always for joining us, good sir, having a little fun with us on Bowl TV. We'll let you get back to it, but as always, thanks for the insight, and have some fun out there.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Matt.
Maddie _.
Clean restrooms are underrated. Just saying.
231 that game for Sherry Fan. Just going to put her up to plus 229. So that number keeps heading north for her. Nice little 776 for her last three. And Neil, what else we got going around the house at the moment?
Well, Ashton Woods is putting on a nice show for her local family and friends here. He's going to be in the 220s. He's on 25 and 26. Sydney Brummett with a fill shot to go. And Liz Colkin with a 10th frame left as well. on that particular pair. And just a couple of shots left for Diana Zavyalova. And I also can't help but clap with everyone else when I hear it. For specifically for Ashton, that's been she's been bowling well today. As Curtis mentioned this morning, certainly bowled well last night.
Mm-hmm.
Still can't imagine being 16 and bowling with the best in the world.
Pretty awesome stuff.
Not at the U.S. Women's Open. Maybe at like a local something or the other, but incredible. Nice bowling, 224. Broma gets the 214. Here's Culkin.
212 for max score.
Indeed, for Liz, both Liz's actually. I was talking to Liz Culkin. I'll tell a quick story here. The White Sox played the Yankees in the Dreams game. And of course, the subsequent, series to finish that, I think it ended up being a 3 or 4 game set. And I had reached out to Liz on social. She had posted something about it. But anyway, I said, some type of wager, it's going to be lunch, whatever, dinner, something. And she didn't respond. Of course, the Yankees looked like they were going to win that game late before Tim Anderson hit a walk-off for the White Sox to win. And then she responded the next day with, good thing if we didn't make a wager. Well, of course. So I talked to her about it yesterday, and we had a good laugh. But, of course, the Yankees now on a 13-game winning streak. And for those of you who don't know, Liz Culkin and Liz Johnson, huge New York Yankees fans. They briefly flirted with the idea of figuring out a time to get to Oakland. The Yankees are in Oakland this weekend, so that's an hour and change. So they briefly thought about it. Probably not going to be in the cards for them because of the schedule, but I haven't seen Liz wear her Yankees jersey, and I'm a little disappointed about it.
I think Liz is still upset at you and probably me as well for that that Bears Broncos victory on her birthday a couple of years ago. I believe that was on her birthday, right?
Yes, it was at the Tour Championship. Yep, we walked into the restaurant where she was already having dinner. I think her mom was there, right?
I think so. Yep.
Yeah, and then the Bears pulled out a win that they probably shouldn't have.
No, they shouldn't have. That's true. All right, game 6, folks. Based off of that last second move, we're looking at the same players we saw last game, so we might. Who do you want to watch this game, Mr. Williams?
Well, I don't think we've had a chance to kind of key in on Beer Gat, have we?
We did catch her last game, but she's putting together a nice number.
Yeah, we can just kind of hone in and give her the full. Although we did have her last game, but she's continuing to put up numbers.
Let's do it then.
Let me see who else. Yeah, we've watched Sherry. We've watched Liz Johnson. Taylor is also on screen and still competing well. Diana's off to a pretty solid day. We've seen Maria at least once today. We had a couple of votes for Danielle in the chat.
And she's right around, kind of been hanging around the cut line today.
That'd be
the defending champ.
Pretty important storyline there. So I'm okay with that.
All right. Game 6. Are we on 6? We're on 6. 21 and 22. So we're just moving one over. So we'll go ahead and do that here after. We'll go after Josie's shot. Danielle, Haley, and Jada, 21 and 22. We'll also see Taylor Bailey, Tania Kobo, and Kelly Kulik. So based off of what I can see on the scoreboard there, so Danielle got to plus. So she's at least plus 10. Starting off with 3 in a row. And scores are updated just like that. Sherry Tayan plus 229 leading the way for A squad and overall. Liz Johnson plus 158. Taylor Baltice plus 126. Diana Zavyalova. Real nice consistent block for DZ today. Couple 220s, couple 2 teens, and a 2-0 in there, plus 78. Maria Jose Rodriguez up to plus 69. Josie Barnes plus 39. Birgit and Dasha now both at plus 38. Valerie Bercier plus 32. Liz Culkin plus 24. Danielle McEwen 235 last game to get to plus 18. Wendy Bater Jimenez, her last 2 games, 248 and 234, plus 11. Those are the players plus on A squad. Aaron McCarthy at minus 3. Shannon Sellens minus 12. The current cut number at the moment, minus 17. Shannon O'Keefe, who's on the next squad. Sydney Brummett at minus 18. 224, 214, her last 2. Marissa Carey, minus 59. Alexis Nair, minus 87. And Kelly continuing to chip away at this with 3 to go. Minus 88. Then on to Tanya Ramanpour, minus 119. A little early double for Kelly. Imagine if Kelly puts together like 5 or 6 in a row here. I'm all for that energy right now. The Kelly Kulik run.
I think, and everyone wants to see it too. She's probably had at least one hit each game where, you know, cost it maybe 10, 20 pins. I know I saw one in the 10th frame, 10 pin that, that was, could have been 220 something. I think it was back in game 3, for example. If you are just joining us, this is game 6 of 8. It's the final qualifying block here for A Squad. We're on Bowl TV. Neil Williams Jr. with Aaron Smith, Curtis Von Kruger, Jason Thomas in the building. And thanks to our entire tournament staff, to Neil Milligan, Rob Gottschalk, John Lucido. Mike Britko was here for a couple of days earlier in the week. Bowling Center staff led by Jim Decker here at Double Decker Lanes. Shout out to John Janowitz of Kegel, handling the lane maintenance this week. This is pattern 3 of the 4 patterns that the players will see. Only 24 players, however, will see pattern 4. And that's really what this final squad is all about, trying to reach the top 24. Post the number in this case. If you're A Squad, and go back to your Airbnb or hotel and hopefully feel good about where you are and not worry about what's going to happen tonight with B Squad, or feel okay about where you are and be score watching tonight during B Squad. And of course, or be unfortunately out of contention and learn as much as you can. Defending champion here, Danielle McEwen. Since that point, now added a couple more titles to her resume. Specifically this season, 7. Now on the career for DMAC. Seven and 6 seasons, too. By the way, I saw that in the chat there. Willie Means, appreciate you just talking about keeping your Bears fandom alive. It's always nice. What's D-Mac using for a spare ball? I think what is a Team Storm spare ball? It's been a spare ball I think she's used for a little while. It's got like a goldish lightning bolt, I believe, in it, so that might be catching your eye. Sherry Tan. What's the best way to phrase this? Sherry Tan is having a very good game on 27 and 28. Wink, wink. So just for the record, Lulu Bowles in the chat said CT first 6. I didn't say it. Just saying. It's great to watch the progress of Taylor Bailey. I think much has been made and described over the season about her season, her collegiate background, of course, with McKendree, living and learning from Shannon O'Keefe, and really the work starting to show, winning the regional. Earlier in the month. Like Kelly, as we said, Kelly making that run, making that push. Who's going to do that tonight?
Hey, Emil.
What's up?
Remember, like a couple of frames ago, when I said, wouldn't it be something if Kelly rattled off like 5 strikes in a row?
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Much appreciation to Kelly for making me look good here.
Well, goes without saying that Kelly can finish the deal here. We were talking about the number. You mentioned it. Matt mentioned it. A couple of people in the chat mentioned feeling comfortable about plus 50. You can finish this, and with 2 games left, she could definitely get there. Good shot there for D-Mac. Also someone you can never count out as well. Yerget can get to 290 here. So here's the situation for you, Smith, just so you are aware. Obviously, we've got Kelly. Yerget, potential 290, 25-26. And then Sherry Tan. with a very good game ongoing that is extremely notable on 37, or excuse me, 27 and 28.
Well then, Emil.
I'll keep you updated.
So let's see what Kelly does here in the 10th, and we might have to mosey on. Mosey on down. Make it one more, Kelly Kulik. Look out, U.S. Women's Open field.
Uh-oh.
Look out, top 24. Somebody's knocking on the door.
Knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knocking on the door. Well, Aaron, Sherry Tan is unblemished.
All right, we'll make the move after the second shot of the 10th here for Kelly. Oh. Well, that's a moving type game right there. Actually, we'll get Danielle's first shot. We got a quick second here. See if she still has 250s out there. She does. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Unfortunately, Beer gets a string of strikes. Her quest for 290 ends with the Greek Church to start the 10th frame. She's going to take 4 of them. 253, so moving in the right direction, but certainly will take all the pins you can get right now. But stepping up on lane number 28 here momentarily. Sherry Tan. Sherry, you have our attention. Josie Barnes putting up a number. Come get your pins here, folks. On this 46-foot condition. Here's Sherry, first shot of the 10th. Oh. Oh.
I don't think it was your fault.
No, I mean, can't even be blamed.
So Sherry Tan's string of strikes ends after 9 in a row to start game 6.
I got it.
Going to be continuing to move in the right direction here. She is kind of running away with things on this squad. Talked about the potential of maybe one or two players creating some distance heading into the final 32 games. And Sherry's going to be north of plus 300 now in a matter of 2 games. Sherry's last 4, 288, 257, 231. And 279, even with the ball change. For those of you keeping track at home, she's gone 255 over for her last 4. Nice little 263.75 average. Another nice 230 for Josie Barnes. Continuing to move in the right direction. All right, game 7. Moments away from getting underway here. Taking a look across the house. We'll get you your lineups here for game 7 on channel 13 through 16. You'll find Courtney Ermish, Tanya Ramapour, and Liz Johnson, along with Diana Zavyelova, Giselle Pass, and Lauren Pate. On 17 through 20, Wendy Beter Jimenez, Aaron McCarthy, Nicole Hiroka, Angie Ramirez-Perea, Bernice Lim, and Debbie Ayers. 21 through 24, Valerie Bercier, Julia Bond, Haley Richard, Danielle McEwen, and Jada Horn. 25 through 28, that's where we're at right now. Fania Kobo, Kelly Kulik, Taylor Bailey, Josie Barnes, Gigi Mason, and Birgit Norex. So everybody's just moving over one pair to the right. 29 through 32, Marissa Carey, Taylor Baltice, Sherry Tan, Shannon Sellens, Jillian Martin, and Dasha Kovalova. And then 33 through 36, Catherine Rosthorn, Alexis Nair, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Liz Culkin, Ashton Woods, and Sydney Brummett. Kelly now at minus 20. With 2 to go. Starts off with a strike. Birgit up to plus 91. Josie Barnes plus 76. This is going to be a fun number to chase later tonight, folks. After the 3-6-10 in the second, Kelly makes the adjustment. All 10 back in the fourth. Still waiting on a score update here. Oh, Josie, no. Still waiting on a score update here through 6. But to talk about Kelly Kulick's progression through this tournament, she was in 59th place after round number 1, minus 149. Gained a couple of spots in the overall standings, up to 51st after round 2. But the number dropped to minus 236. Obviously, everyone's scores for the most part did drop yesterday with the 40-foot condition. But now Kelly in contention to make a run at this cut. All right, scores have rolled in, plus 308. Leading the way, Sherry Tan. Liz Johnson sits in second, plus 195. Taylor Baltice, plus 127. Diana Zavyalova, plus 93. Very consistent day for DZ. Probably like to have turned a couple of those 2 teens and 220s and 230s and 240s, but low game of 205 so far, high game of 227, so very consistent for her. Birgit Norreichs. Birgit started with 148 today. Since then, 148, or since that 148, she improved 100 pins, 248, 235, 225, 246, 253. So this is turning into a monster day despite that first game. Currently at plus 91. Josie Barnes, another player having a great day. She's at plus 76 now. Danielle McEwen, her last 2 games, 235 and 248, now up to plus 66. Valerie Bercier, plus 57. Dasha Kovalova, plus 49. Maria Jose Rodriguez gave a couple pins back there that last game, 165. She's now plus 34, tied with Liz Culkin. Cindy Brummett at minus 2. So we're back to the minus. Shannon Sellens, minus 16. Wendy Bater Jimenez currently is the cut at minus 19 for players on the squad. And the first player out of the number at minus 20. Kelly Kulick, so all the way up to 25th at the moment. But is looking for a little bit more here down the stretch. Erin McCarthy has had some struggles today. She's down to minus 29 now. Marissa Carey, minus 67. Alexis Nair, minus 95. Jillian Martin, minus 115. Jillian's had a good day, too. Just may have gotten a little bit too far behind here. She's 135 over for the day. But we need 2 massive games down the stretch here to think about this number. It's in play, though, based off of the scoring pace we've seen. So big scores for the block so far. Sherry Tan, 1462. 262 over. Josie Barnes is 170 over. Birgit Norreichs, 155 over despite a 140 game. Kelly Kulick, 216 over for this block. Got to give a shout out to Gigi as well. She's plus 100 for the block. Had a pretty rough opening 2 rounds here, but still fighting all the way to the end. Putting together a good final round here at the U.S. Women's Open. Oh. Sherry Tan still on cruise control here this game. Talk about Jillian Martin needing a couple big final games here to get into the mix for this cut. Can shoot 241 this game, so Kelly with the spare, just had the one open this game. She's able to find a way to dig out 3 or 4 in a row here to finish things up. That basically put her back to plus, or put her to even, I should say. And she'll be in position for a to go 230, 240, 250 her last game. To potentially put herself in pretty good position to make this top 24. Struck on this lane in the 4th frame. And did not want to see that. That looked pretty close. Nice cover there by Josie. But now Kelly looking at a potential open here. Drop her max into the 190s. Should be looking at a pretty much needing a 9-10 strike performance in the final. for some players who are kind of hovering around kind of that close mark we talked about. We mentioned talking with Matt McNeil that plus 50 mark. Maria Jose Rodriguez gave some pins back last game. She's on 33 and 34 right now. She missed a single pin in the 7th and just left a pocket 7-10 in the 8th. So it looks like she's going to be in the 130s in frame number 8. Have a chance to strike out to get to 190. Liz Culkin was in a similar boat in that plus 30 range. Clean with a double through 7. Will be stepping up in the 8th. Sydney Brummett minus entering this game, I think -2. She can get to 257 though on 35 and 36. She's actually bowling with Liz Culkin right now. Although she just rang a 10 pin. So that'll drop her max into the 230s. Dasha Kovalova putting together another solid game. Very quiet tournament for Dasha so far, but it's because she's doing all the right things and just continuing to hang around, and not too many highs, not too many lows, not making any big comebacks. Just kind of hanging right around the top 10, the top 15, all tournaments so far. Jillian Martin's max score dropped to 220. So she's going to have to find a way to toss 11 in a row next game, and that might not even be enough for her to continue her run here. Nice cover there by Kelly. Can still bail out 180 now, but gonna need a big final game. Danielle McEwen doing what she needs to do now that she's gotten into the number pretty comfortably. 4 in a row to set up her 10th frame. She can get to 258 still. Valerie Bercier putting together a nice game. 257 her max score. Julia Bond, 249 her max. Probably a little bit too late, though, for Julia. -173 entering this game. So something we haven't spent too much time talking about today. That all-important PWBA Player of the Year race that's been ongoing. 7 players really in the mix of things overall, and Julia leader for most of the season, and up until last week held the top spot, but it does not look like she's going to be making this cut. But that will certainly develop a little bit more once we figure out this top 24, especially with the additional points being a major championship on the PWBA Tour schedule.
No, Aaron, that is the I'm back, by the way.
Welcome back.
Yes, thank you. That's the U.S. Women's Open, man. It happens to the best players. As frustrating as that certainly is, and obviously, Julie is, I'm sure, going down the list of maybe what could have been different, done differently, et cetera, et cetera. But sometimes the pattern tournament just humbles you in that way. Not that she needed to be humbled, just using that as the word at that moment. Question about the giveaway pins. Not yet. Haven't got any confirmation on that. If that were to happen, though, we would certainly tell you. And even if it were to happen, it would be until at some point during match play.
Match play. Let's go. We're giving away bowling balls during match play too. So that's
but that's a guarantee on the bowling balls.
That is true. That is happening courtesy of Brunswick Roto Grip and Storm. So be on the lookout for those Sunday and Monday. But Kelly really going to need a number here in Game 8. I'm sure very happy to step away from 25 and 26 after this game slowed her down here.
It wasn't even a terrible game.
No, it wasn't.
I think the last couple of shots here have been trying to work through, get it off her hand, making some adjustments to I think some tape in her interchangeable slug.
.171, so she's going to drop to minus 49 here with 1 to go. So going to need a number. One way or the other.
Let's see, what pair is Kelly going to?
She's going to be on 33 and 34.
That'll be one to keep an eye on.
I think I kind of want to see a few players who are kind of like hanging right around that safe number, or maybe a little bit outside of it. Liz Culkin, Sydney Brummett, Maria Jose Rodriguez on 17 through 20 for Game 8. I think that would be an interesting pair to start off things for Game 8. So we'll head over there and quick second after Fania wraps this game up. But folks, you too, Emil. It's Game 8, getting ready to start here.
Game 8.
You know what that means?
Oh. Giveaway time.
Giveaway time upcoming here on bowltv.com.
Nathan. Sorry.
Well, please tell him I said hello since you're calling for him right now.
Someone asked was Nathan's bag that I was moving out the way. The Kelly asked.
Thanks, Emil.
You're welcome.
As soon as we get those updates after Game 7, we'll get those to you. Obviously, still got some bowling in Game 7. Let's do it, folks. Let's get that giveaway out into the world and taken care of. A Bowl TV t-shirt up for grabs for one lucky Bowl TV viewer. This is your first time joining us on Bowl TV. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for checking out the best players in the world here on the PWBA Tour and at the U.S. Women's Open. Momentarily, you're going to see a prompt pop up in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. It's going to say a giveaway will begin soon. Watch here to participate. It's going to count down for 60 seconds. And then after that, in the same spot, another prompt will pop up that says the giveaway has begun. And there should be a submit entry button right next to it. All you have to do is click that submit entry button, and you'll be entered for a chance to win here on Bowl TV. Just one winner. So best of luck, everybody. And we do recommend, if you're watching in full screen, take it out for a quick second. Make sure you can see the chat. While we conduct the giveaway. But folks, let's go ahead. We'll get started up. Best of luck. Thank you again for being part of the Bowl TV community. Let's go. Looks like Maria Jose Rodriguez has dropped to plus 10. And some potential trouble here for the second consecutive frame. This would be a big conversion to kick things off here. I want to give a shout out to Jake for winning the Bowl TV T-shirt.
From State Farm?
That guy's winning everything. Jake from State Farm. Jake, though, here on Bowl TV is winning a Bowl TV T-shirt. So congratulations, Jake.
He only gets the T-shirt if he's wearing khakis.
Oh, the khakis. But Jake, our marketing team will be reaching out to you in the next couple of days to redeem that prize. So be on the lookout for an email. Big thanks to everybody for participating and being part of the Bowl TV community. More giveaways in store later today. Even got Matt Canzaro sending me messages about that one. Everybody enjoying reliving the commercial.
That's a classic. It's always going to play.
It's always in play.
I actually had a friend when I lived in the Bay Area on Halloween dressed up as Jake from State Farm.
Simple, it's easy. It's not a bad choice.
Aaron, I heard you mentioning what Maria or where Maria was at, I believe. Score-wise, is that correct?
Well, just doing the math based off of the total score.
Okay.
So I haven't seen them come online yet. I'm not sure if you got anything on site.
Yes. I can. Think. Yeah, so Sherry Tan plus 334. I'm just naming players from this squad. Liz Johnson at plus 188. Valerie Bercier and Danielle McEwen at plus 113. Taylor Boltice at plus 109. Diana Zavyalova at plus 106. Yurgats Nordwikes at plus 98. Josie Barnes is plus 96. Dasha Kovalova is plus 86. Liz Colkin is plus 49. And probably about there is where you start to maybe feel nervous. Sydney Brummett plus 13. You mentioned Maria plus 10. Wendy Batier Jimenez is minus 5. Shannon Sellens is minus 13. Marissa Carey, but she's with one good game here. She is minus 45. And then Kelly Kulik is minus 61. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not. That's Alexis 9. My apologies. Kelly is minus 49.
Big double after the ball change there for Major Maria.
Someone had mentioned Aaron bowling her way out of the tournament. Yeah, I didn't expect that today. McCarthy, that is.
mentioned Marissa Carey. She started off early 3-bagger, 9-spare in the 4th. Sherry Tan, however, has started off with the front 5 this game and is in and truly has disregarded day 2. Said had enough of that.
She's
Sherry
so good.
Tan putting up a number today. Liz Johnson, early 3-bagger. She's going to be in position to be moving on. Danielle McEwen is going to continue her title defense as a 4-bagger after an early pair of spares. For Kelly Kulik, all of that work through the first 6, and things just not working out here at the end. Open in the 3rd frame, spare in the 4th. .245 her max score with half a game left to go. So Liz Culkin, Sydney Brummett, and Maria Jose Rodriguez are 10th, 11th, and 12th on A squad at the moment, if you look at just overall positioning. And all 3 finding some early opens here in the finale.
Updated online, Aaron, if you need a reference. Well, this is going to make for what we already knew. Anytime there's a cut, that squad is going to be going to make for a fun night.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, big time. Yeah, I'm really excited about it as well.
Actually got a few segments to talk about as well tonight.
Look at this guy talking about segments.
Yep, one of the topics that was mentioned in the PWBA Bowl TV group was what players do when they're not bowling, as in work, other professions, etc. There's some I knew for sure, some I couldn't remember. So I just talked to a bunch of people this morning just to get updated. I'll try to do the same during practice here today, or I'm sorry, this afternoon. Talk a little bit about that. don't know, Aaron. I think we could make up some ratings, 2K ratings for some players tonight too. That'd be pretty cool.
2K ratings.
The bowling will certainly take care of itself tonight, no doubt about that. Won't be a shortage of players to keep an eye on.
Very, very true. And some players on the outside, kind of that plus number looking in so far. Wendy Beter Jimenez started with a double, a couple of opens, though, at splits in the third and the fourth. Working on a strike in the sixth, up in the seventh. 232, her max score. Shannon Sellens just really wanting a double there in the seventh and the eighth. Cannot get the 10 pin out. She's going to max out at 203. She picks it up and goes off the sheet, so probably not going to be enough here based off of what we've seen. Then a bit of a distance to everyone else on the squad. Marissa Carey at minus 45. We mentioned she can still get to 244. Which would still leave her minus, but make it a little bit closer. Kelly's just going to kind of run out of steam here at the end. Her max score now, 211.
That's unfortunate, yeah.
I agree. That was fun watching her make her way up the standings. See if Maria can add one more here. Oh! That appeared to get cleared off by the rack. So I believe we'll have to have that reset. Julia Bond was working on the front six, and she just rang a absolutely not nice 10 pin to end her streak. Sherry Tan, by the way, is going to lead by an impressive amount when this block is over. Certainly we could see some big numbers later today, but she's already in the 260s again. Can finish 279.
I think Dasha down there putting up a number to end.
She can shoot 258. Oh, excuse me. That was Jillian. My bad. Dasha's going to be in the 230s, though. Jillian's going to shoot 250 to finish up, but going to be a little bit too far back for this cut. $279 for Sherry Tan. She's going to go 367 over for this block.
Wow.
Sherry Tan is the best. That's a 245.87 average for the block, and she started off 209.198. So overall for the tournament, she's going to be at plus 413. And Liz Johnson, let's see how Liz is doing this game. I thought she was bowling fairly well. DMAC finishes with 237. Liz is pacing 210 right now, so Liz could get to plus 200. But she's essentially going to have a 200 pin lead over A squad when this is all said and done. But her final 6 games: 288, 257, 231, 279, 226, 279. She averaged 260 for her last 6. Quickly progress to the 10th frame here on 17 and 18. Maria Jose Rodriguez, this is a huge shot right here.
Yeah, it is. Oh, man.
10 is not going to get out. So she's going to be in the minus now. And playing the waiting game later this evening. $181 for Maria, so she's going to finish at -9. Sydney Brummett, the best she can get to here is 192, which would keep her plus. Liz Culkin, no strikes yet this game.
And Liz was in a very safe, well, not safe, but a very good spot, if you will. Nothing is safe.
Wendy Beter Jimenez can get to 212 this game if she strikes out, which would put her ahead of Maria. Actually, if she gets the first hit in the 10th, she should be ahead of Maria. So gaining a spot. Culkin needs max now for Liz Culkin, 198. Burma might get the strike in the 9th. She can get to 192. Valerie Bercier going to give a couple pins back, but she's going to be in great position to advance here at the U.S. Women's Open to the top 24.
It's getting iffy for Liz Culkin, man.
The good news is she's retaining her spot on the squad. That's not going to necessarily change. She's still going to be hanging on to that particular spot here for A squad, but obviously there's no guarantee it's cut right down the middle. She is going to have a bit of a wait here. First things first. Oh. Big 10th frame out coming for the 2018 champion. Wendy Beter Jimenez gets to +4. She finished with 209. Sid with the first one. Oh, what a hit. This fill ball becomes really big all of a sudden after 24 games. And, potentially those pins given away in the 8th frame. She needs the strike to stay ahead of Wendy Beter Jimenez. Otherwise, they're going to be tied with 9. Anything less, Wendy gains another spot here after finishing at +4. So a huge fill ball here upcoming for Sydney. And they're going to be in the books at +4. Liz Culkin with the spare is going to be in the 160s. Strike here drops her 36. She would be at +13. So there's a bit of separation kind of between, you look at the folks who got right around that +100 mark and above it.
As well as PWBA.com as quickly as we can.
So the waiting game
For
now
our
for Liz
competitors,
Culkin,
please
+13.
keep in mind, after tonight's B squad, for all those advanced
open, athletes, please add up those score sheets, turn them into the front counter. We will get those scores verified and updated on bowl.com as well as PWBA.com as quickly as we can. For our competitors, please keep in mind, after tonight's B squad, for all those advancing, there will be a round 4 practice session as soon as lanes are available. B squads coming to the lanes at 5 o'clock this afternoon, so I hope to see each and every one of you back here for round 3 of the U.S. Women's Open.
I can't hear you. No.
So you can hear me now.
I can. Yes.
All right, good, because that would be bad if you couldn't. Josie Barnes has dropped on to the live stream booth. First of all, Josie, great bowling today and yesterday.
Thank you.
What did you finish with? We didn't get a chance to see your final.
Plus 90 something. I shot 196 maybe that last game. So.
All right, so talk to me about first yesterday. I thought yesterday would be very well for you because I feel like I know your game very well from personal experience. You made spares, you kept it in play, and then you were able to kind of roll that over, even though it's a different pattern today. So if you can discuss and tell us what worked for you on both days.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways they were the same, just maybe a little bit different part of the lane, but I tried not to give the head pin away too much and tried to be extremely patient, especially yesterday, because we knew going in the scores were going to be pretty low. And, the more you try to create a lot of angle, the nastier your spares become. And then it's really easy to shoot a 150 game. So for me, I was just trying to stay firm and keep the pocket in play and make sure I make my spares.
Now, Josie, kind of looking at the way this tournament started for you, you had a bit of a rough opening block, but talk about being able to, really hunker down, knowing you had 16 more games, even though the pattern's obviously challenging. Talk about just what it means to you to kind of bounce back from that and put yourself in position to make this top 24.
Yeah, rough start is, putting it lightly. It was a pretty terrible block. For me, I was calling back home and talking to my husband, and this has been a really rough season for me. So a lot of people are thinking about the money and the big fancy trophy at the end. For me, it was, I want to leave this season knowing that I can still do this because it's been really rough. I came in with a game plan, a very simple game plan, but something that I felt like I could stick to, and then just kind of rolled with it from there.
What might you attribute or some of the, I guess if you could pinpoint some of the things? I know it's been a transition from ball companies, et cetera,
Yeah.
and obviously you've got a very busy life with both home kids and then college kids as
Yeah,
well.
I mean, I think it's a lot of things. I think the transition from the previous season that we had, a lot in my life has changed. I've since had a child. My husband and I talk a lot. My mom was my sounding board, so that's been a transition. Ball companies, there's a lot of learning to do, and for me, because of the job that I have at Vanderbilt, when all the quarantine stuff happened, we took it extremely seriously. So I was not actually able to compete until the first event out here this season. So really kind of getting those juices flowing again and figuring out what works for me, because it was the first time I had really competed in what I would consider my normal body since 2 seasons ago, which is really like 3 years. So there was just a lot of transition going on and a lot of different thoughts. And, I try to feel like I'm a player that can really control that. But it just took me a little longer this season.
Now, Josie, out of curiosity, did you get a chance? Did you stick around? Were you one of the ones who bowled on that 42-foot pattern, or have you not had the opportunity yet?
I have not. I did come watch because I was getting a ball drilled. So I wanted to come and kind of take care of that and pay attention a little bit. But for me, it was just feeling good about the first 3 days, and we'll kind of run with it from there.
Gotcha. Well, I know we got that practice session a little bit, I believe, later tonight and in the morning tomorrow as well. So some opportunities to get ready.
Yeah.
But congratulations on the great performance to put yourself in position for the top 24 here.
Fingers crossed.
And thanks for joining us here on Bowl TV. And hopefully we'll be seeing some more strikes up there soon.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Josie.
Thanks, Josie.
Yep.
All right. Josie Barnes, really, really impressive the past 2 days to put herself in position here to make the top 24. But we're here, Emil. Half of our field now has 24 games in the books. That's kind of the first magic number we were looking at. And it's going to be a very interesting wait for a handful of players. Sherry Tan, obviously the story of the day, though. An unbelievable performance here on the 46-foot pattern, running away from the field on the way to the top spot.
Indeed. We mentioned it earlier, but completely bypassing, forgetting, and has removed all memories and muscle memory and all of that regarding yesterday. And many players did, I think, today for that matter as well, but not quite like Sherry did. And she's been phenomenal also. And you can't really say anything more than what you can say. The bowling certainly did the talking for her today. And she's put herself in not only position, obviously she's advanced in the top 24, but, normally in a standard event, we'd be looking and saying, we start to think about who can separate themselves, right, in the round of 12 and the round of 4. But in all seriousness, obviously we don't know what pattern 4 is going to present, but, she's got a nice head start. With still 8 games to go before match play. That's a really good head start when you start looking into that aspect of things.
I'm going to go out on a limb. Actually, it's not very much of a limb, but I'm getting, and like you said, I haven't seen anything on pattern 4. But if Sherry has a hint of a look like she had today out there on that, we could be looking at looking back at what Jacob Buttriff has done at the U.S. Open for a couple of years there. I think Sherry, if she likes what she sees even a little bit, she could just run away with this. So that'll be interesting, obviously, to see tomorrow. But we got to get through one more round. B squad, has 8 games left to go to determine who's going to be joining Sherry in that top 24. So we're certainly excited to see it and excited to hopefully have you good folks join us as well. So that'll be 8 p.m. Eastern time, 5 local out there in Rohnert Park. So we got about a 2-hour break before we're back at it. So folks, want to give a big thank you as always to USBC, BPAA, and their board of directors for their continued support of the PWBA Tour and great events like the U.S. Women's Open. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider out there this week. Our athletes for always putting on a show. The fans, you watching on Bowl TV, thank you for being part of the community, supporting the PWBA Tour week in and week out. We certainly appreciate it as well. Of course, the staff, Double Decker Lanes, on site for the PWBA and USBC short duration, and the support here from the International Bowling Campus. Finally, for the Bowl TV team, Matt Cannizzaro, Curtis Von Kruger, Jason Thomas, Emil Williams Jr., I'm Aaron Smith. We're signing off for right now, but we will see you at 8 p.m. Eastern, the final round of qualifying here at the 2021 U.S. Women's Open, folks. So we're excited for that. We'll see you soon. And remember, as always, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here.